Good morning.
Hello, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. How is everyone today? Everyone's so early. Holy smokes, guys. Hi, Nike. Yeah, first. Hi, Titan. Demus. Annie. Hi. Shinvu. Cookies Lurkin. Michelangelo. Hi, everyone. Yeah, Guten Tag. Yeah, wherever you are, you're here. We're ready to fight against the bear. What? There's a bear back there? What is going on? Well, I'm hoping that it stays not so rainy for the next little bit so that we can pop outside and pick that Swiss chard for stream. Got a little break in the rain because yeah, it is an overcast day. Not the nicest, but Sammy, we're still going out for a bike ride today. Yep. Yeah, we should probably go out now. It's true. Because yeah, the rain comes in like waves, right? But I think it's more important to first get the pork in the oven and get it cooking because it's gonna take a bit. Why does Whole Foods have no green leaf lettuce available? Yeah, that's like one of the easiest things to stock. That's what we always get too, is like 2 heads of lettuce per week, good to go. Okay, so this is definitely a stream for Team Bonin. Yes, yes, yes. Check this guy out. A beauty. I've not unwrapped it, so I don't even know what we're getting into. Bone-in pork loin roast. Tasty, tasty. So $4.99 a pound. It is just under 4 pounds. And I think I asked for like either 4 to 6 bones in here, so we'll check it out. And then we'll get it roasting away in the oven. It's gonna take a little bit, right? Because we're gonna go nice, low and slow because this is a loin, so we can't go high heat, otherwise it's gonna dry out. So we need a little bit of fat cap to slowly kind of baste the pork as it roasts in the oven. And then when we go to finish it off, then we can sear it off and get it all browned up on the outside. You've never heard of beluga lentils? Ooh, okay, so these are really beautiful lentils. They're like little black lentils, and we got this from the local mill here, Nootka Rose. They're grown on the island in Saanich. Yeah, they are little black beluga guys. Super cute. They're super tasty too. So we're gonna cook those up with like some onion and carrot. Maybe we'll dip into some of our nice beef broth that we've been cooking for 2 days back there. Just something a little bit lighter because yeah, we have our kohlrabi that we're going to be turning into a gratin. So cooking that guy in the oven. So thin layers of kohlrabi mixed with bechamel sauce, so a cream sauce. And then you top it with cheese and breadcrumbs and it gets all crispy and tasty. They remind you of mung beans, but black. Hi, Paloozer, how are you? Hi, Roth, how's it going? Things are good. Things are good here. I had actually a really good sleep. Had my coffee already this morning. I tried out my new Cook with Kate mug. It works great, no leaks. Funny that you also call it kohlrabi. It's German. Yeah, we're gonna learn a little bit about it today too. And then, so the 2 recipes I have linked there, one is for the pork loin roast, how to get it perfect, and I'll quickly go over that first. And then I did actually find a really good recipe for the kohlrabi gratin, and that one actually has ham in it. So maybe we'll dabble with a little bit of bacon in there instead. We're getting porky today. Okay, so we're cooking this piece of pork reverse sear. You guys know what that is? I know that some of you probably do. I'm just gonna quickly wash up this sheet pan over here. There was a lot of dishes to do this morning from yesterday, but I did good. That's why I get up early every day. This was my last piece. And yeah, guys, Dad loved his dinner last night. He couldn't even finish it all, so that means I did good, right? When he has to tap out, throw up the white flag. We did good, guys. And I may or may not have had a biscuit this morning. A jalapeno cheddar biscuit with my coffee. There we go. No cracks. Wait, what's having cracks in it? What? We got our pan and our rack. So basically the same setup as the fried chicken yesterday. So let's unwrap this and then we'll go over how we're gonna cook it. We gotta dress it up a little bit too, season it. If you cut a sweet potato in half, can you save the other half or does it discolor? Oh yeah, no cracks in the mug. Nope, we're good, we're good. It is a little bit small, which I'm gonna probably use it for like my little espresso coffee drinks. It's pretty perfect for that. And yes, so you can save that sweet potato. What I do is if you can put something like right against the cut side so that the air doesn't touch it, then you're good to go and it won't oxidize. So usually I just put like a little piece of plastic right up against it, keep it nice and tight. And you can use it another time. Oh, what are we getting into here? I love how they always wrap it like this. Never any leaks, right? This is a nice roast. A little bit of a not so nice like Frenching job. I think they could have taken more time, but mind you, they've been super, super busy. So I'm not actually gonna be really picky about that. I think as long as the piece of pork is super nice, that's what matters the most. So dry it off. Turn it over. Lots of good fat in there. But they did do a really, really nice job cleaning it. So there's like no silver here. They had to leave this little bit just to keep the bones attached. Otherwise they could potentially fall off. And then if we kind of squish it back together, I think it got a bit squished when we put it in the freezer. If we look at that side, you can tell how lean it is, right? So that's why we want to go really nice, low and slow. But even this, for being a loin, if we go close, that's quite a bit of marbling in there. So that's gonna be really nice. And then once we go to this side, it's actually a little bit different. So it's almost half and half dark and light. So you have the dark kind of coming up here on the bottom part, and then your loin kind of goes like this, right? Which that's why the line is like that. So your dark meat starts coming in this side, and then that's the rest of your loin. Makes sense, right guys? One note, so on the Frenching, on the bones, if we don't clean that up at all, it will kind of like brown and crisp on and not look super nice. So I think we should just go over that quickly and clean it up. And then we'll have a really nice end result. Because yeah, something like this, it's all about presentation. Shiggity. Yeah, nice rack. I had to. What is Frenching? So Frenching means we're cleaning off the bones until there's really nothing left on it. So you can do the same with a lamb rack as well, or even like a bone-in beef roast. Nike. Okay, so all I'm gonna do, just turn this, and then we just wanna come in with our boning knife and then just scrape alongside the bone, and we should clean that up. I'll see how easy this is. I might actually not do it depending on how long it takes. And then sometimes if you get like a chicken, like a little lollipop or a drumstick, that the drum bone has been Frenched, I think it'll be easier if we actually turn it. I think it is more simple to clean a lamb rack though. And the bones are actually a bit tough to get all that sinew off, so it can be a bit dangerous if you're not really comfortable with your knife. Or I feel like I am comfortable with my knife, so I can go in a little bit more. Doesn't really matter the underside as much as the top side, right? Because that's what you're going to be looking at first. You can even come with like the other side of your blade and just scrape. I think these ones at the end are actually the ones that are not the nicest. But hey, maybe there's a reason that the butcher couldn't get it very nice, right? Because yeah, sometimes meat is like slippery. I actually think that's good. It's better than before. All right, now to dress this up. So we can go a couple different routes. We can do like a dry rub first. So just like some salt and pepper and spices pressed right onto there. Or we can do like a mustardy kind of rub where we would rub it with Dijon mustard and then do salt and pepper and some spices to just get like an extra crust. Or some people even rub it with like hot sauce first if you want a little bit of a different flavor, and then put your salt and pepper. So decide whatever you want. You could also just oil it and salt and pepper it as well. But as long as you get some sort of salt on there, that's all that really matters here. Songful bird, you gotta go really fast. Male grad stuff, cool. Cool, cool. And you know what I think I'm gonna do with the pork roast today is we're gonna rub it with some garlic oil because I have a little bit left in the fridge. We're gonna garlic it up because that's what I really like to do with it. And just a touch of the granulated garlic. So when we're doing a piece of meat like this, same thing kind of goes with beef. We don't typically want to do a fresh garlic rub because that can burn really quickly in the oven, especially when we go to sear it after, right? And well, if you've ever had burnt garlic, it's really bitter and just not good at all. So I would always recommend going the dried route this time with whatever seasonings you want, even like the herbs. I would rather do dried herb in a rub than fresh because yes, it's gonna burn if it's fresh. Save the fresh herbs for like your side dishes and stuff like that. Grab our salt and pepper. And probably some people have had the pork roast where you cut the little slits in it and put the garlic cloves. That's so good. That one's like pretty old school. Okay, this is like rock solids. It's olive oil, so I'm just gonna heat that up a little bit, a couple seconds, so I can actually pour it. Hey Flower, how are you? How is the day? And we're gonna rub this all over with the oil. Try not to waste any either. Don't let it fall onto the sheet pan if you can. Obviously this is gonna add some garlic flavor, but it'll also help keep the roast moist when we cook it in the oven, right? Putting a little layer of fat over top. Smells so good. Roasted garlic oil. And then the oil will also help your dry stuff stick to the pork. Okay, real quick before we season it up, I just want to get our oven preheating. And I'm gonna start it at 250 Fahrenheit. And then we might bump it up to 275 throughout the cook. So very low heat, right? No. What is going on over there, Sammy? What's happening to cheese pizza?
I was watching the video of him flopping the pizza in the garbage can.
No.
No.
Okay, let's do first a little sprinkle of our granulated garlic. Go a little bit lighter here because the dried herbs and spices are twice as strong as the fresh stuff, so keep that in mind. And I'm only gonna do it on the top so you can get a little crust. Hey, typing flour. Now some kosher salt. And remember, because this is one big old piece of meat, well, we have to think about if this was actually cut into separate pork chops, right? And we could season it on each side of the pork chop. Well, we can't do that here. So we need to put enough salt all over on all sides of the meat so that we can properly season it through. So I'm slowly building up the layers of salt, and then I'll give it like a nice press. To help adhere it. And then the oil should start absorbing it as well, and that will help it stick. And then we'll do a bit of salt on the underside as well. I'm not gonna flip this until this has all been absorbed. And with something like as fatty as pork, definitely need a good amount of salt. Hey, White Dove, how are you? I'm gonna try to not disturb that crust, right? Wipe your hand off, and then just hold that up and just do a little sprinkle on the back side. Is everyone having a good day today? Honestly, feel like this weekend is flying by.
But you have Monday.
Oh, what? I have a long weekend. Sweet. Okay, didn't really bung it up too much, and then I think I can actually turn that and just get this last side. Yay for Victoria Day. The benefit of having a queen. All right. Quick little wash up, and then I'll do a final pepper. And then I think for this going into the oven, I'm gonna turn it this way, and then it won't try to slide in between our racks or the slits there on the rack. And it'll also move it out of that crevice because it kind of wants to sit on the bottom. So we want our roast to sit so that the air can go underneath and over top, right? That way we get a really even cook. You had a nice sunny day yesterday and now back to rain all week. I know, but honestly, the garden is so happy with the rain. So I'm honestly not complaining because yeah, it saves us on spending money watering the vegetables too. Beautiful. I'm really happy with that. If we feel like it, we have a little bit more extra garlic oil, so we could like brush it on throughout it, cooking in the oven slowly if we felt like just adding a little extra layer of flavor. Why not? Yeah, Annie, we have a queen too. Dairy Queen. Down at Missy B's. I love you guys. Okay, so this is going into the oven. I'm gonna cook this to around 140 Fahrenheit. So that's internal temperature. Medium would be the cook on that. And then it'll slowly come up to like mid-well when we finish searing it off. So because this is cooked at a lower heat to begin with, it's not gonna climb so much with the carryover cooking after we take it out of the oven. It'll just do a quick little 20-minute rest up, distribute those juices. Nothing should really drip out because it's slowly cooked over time. So this is your other variation to sous vide. So this is like the dry method to doing a sous vide cook where it takes a long time. But it also cooks really evenly, and then we shouldn't actually overcook this at all. So with this piece of meat, I'm gonna say around 2 to 2.5 hours. I'll probably bump it up to 275 though, once this gets going in there. Okay, friends, pop this in and then I'll quickly go over more reverse sear stuff. I will set a 1 hour timer and then we'll check it at that point. All right, so this is a Serious Eats article. So reverse sear for the juiciest bone-in pork loin. So a rack of pork. Says, let's take a moment to appreciate the triple threats of the world. In entertainment, there was Michael Jackson. Not only could the king of pop sing and dance better than the rest, but he made sure to let the world know that he had acting chops too. On the plate, I'd have to give the triple threat crown to a bone-in pork loin roast. In a Venn diagram of foods that are easy, impressive, and affordable, it's one of the few cuts of meat that can fit right in that little area where all three circles overlap. I totally agree. Because yeah, like almost 4 pounds and we only paid $18 for that thing. Definitely gonna get more than 2 servings out of it, right? Sometimes called a rack of pork, the pork loin roast is nothing other than the cut from which the pork chops are sliced. Exactly it. But we can think about, well, cooking meat with the bone in will always yield a better result. It will have more flavor and it'll keep it more juicy. I wonder if you can reverse sear a cauliflower steak. I think you so can, Annie. Totally could. It might not take as long as meat, but we could do that. Slowly, like cook it maybe in the circulator and then sear it up afterwards. It'd be a really great way to like infuse it with flavor. Nike, you really don't know what to request, but it might be something out of Maddie's cookbook. Yes, do it. Do it, my dude. Let's just like randomly flip to a recipe. Well, that's way too fancy. Coca-Cola pork belly and grilled short ribs. What? Does that spark your fancy? I don't know. So So the rack of pork is the anatomical equivalent to a beef prime rib roast and a rack of lamb. But unlike beef and lamb, pork tends to be relatively cheap pound for pound. Totally. Well, we can think back a couple weeks ago when we did the beef prime rib, right? Way more expensive. What was that? $4.99 a pound for our pork roast? What did we pay for the prime rib, Sam? Per pound? $9.99. So like double the price already, just for a different animal. I must have quite the backlog of requested recipes. I actually don't have a ton. I really try and work my way through. So the easiest, most reliable method for cooking the pork roast is the one we use for so many other cuts of meat, the reverse sear. It works magic on prime rib and beef tenderloin, and it works just as well for pork. So to do it, we're starting by placing the roast in a 250 Fahrenheit oven. Slowly cook it until the center of the roast registers 140 Fahrenheit. So that's our medium cook if that was to be a steak. You want to see the meat? Where's the meat? We just put it in the oven and we're not peeking for a little bit. I'm sorry. Can't break the rules. Arby's? Oh man, beef and cheddar. Let's go. So why are we cooking this so low? Because it allows us to cook it all the way through to the center without overcooking the outer layers of meat, which is otherwise a big risk when you're making larger roasts. So think about when we have this at a higher heat, say we're roasting it at like 375 or 400 to get it like nice and brown as it roasts up. The outside's gonna cook a lot quicker than the inside, right? You're too late, I know, except we will check it in a little bit, so have no fear. But we can't peek because otherwise it's gonna take forever for it to cook, right? If we keep letting all the heat out. So benefit of reverse sear, the outside cooks at the same rate as the inside, so you don't get this gray line of overcooked meat and then like a beautiful center. It should all be perfectly colored. So perfectly juicy with just a blush of pink from edge to edge. Takes about 2 hours to get there, though it's always a good idea to start checking early, right? So that's why I set a 1 hour timer. So we'll check it around the halfway mark to see, kind of gauge just how much longer we need to cook it for. And then to finish it off, we'll take the roast out to rest for about 20 minutes. You can go anywhere from 15 to 45. Obviously, the half an hour mark would be pretty perfect. And the larger your piece of meat, the longer you have to rest it. Hi, Mickey. Good to see you. How's it going? So because the exterior of the roast will be nice and dry from its time in the low oven, it'll develop a crackling brown crust in just about 10 minutes. And it says slide a sharp knife between the bones to separate it into individual chops for serving. But I would like bring the whole piece of meat out to the table first so they can see how beautiful it looks all together, and then slice it in front of them, and they'll be like, what? When they see all the juices running out and stuff. Oh, you could be better. Oh man, what's going on? Is there anything we can do for you? So for the simplest treatment, you can just season the pork all over with salt and pepper before cooking it, but be generous. Because like I said, it's a big roast, and since we're only salting the outside, we need to go heavy. That's it, friends. So that's how to get the tastiest bone-in pork roast. Oh, your pupper passed away. I'm so sad. Yeah, RIP. That is like never a good thing because they're like a part of your family, right? You guys have 10 seconds of silence right now for Mickey's pupper. R.I.P. They're gone to a better place. Yay, pupper. Okay, there we go. And you know what? So now that the pork is in the oven, I think it's actually a very smart time to go outside. I'm just gonna check to make sure it's not raining. And then we'll pick our Swiss chard. Did it just pass away from like natural causes, hopefully? Perfect, no rain. Switch this camera for a sec. Actually really nice out right now. Aw, she was an old doggy, bless her. Yeah, 12 years. So that's how old our dog is too. But she's been doing so good still, which is great to see. But we still want to try and get a pupper before she leaves us so she can teach it all the good stuff. Okay, getting ready to pick some Swiss chard. Grab some kitchen shears. You lost a 12-year-old huntress cat early 2020. Oh, wow. Yeah, thanks, friends. We popped out yesterday for a bit too while it was actually sunny. But it is currently not raining, so I'm gonna try and crush this as quick as I can before I get chilled. And it is quite large, so I don't think it'll take us too long to pick it. Just gotta lift up our bird net first, because they always like to eat our little seedlings. So this year we put a net over it, and then they can't do it. But whether it's birds or slugs, we're usually battling something always. It is growing like crazy though. And that's the thing, is the more that you cut your vegetables, actually the more it grows. So trying to wait to get it to grow as big as possible is not actually the most profitable. And this stuff is going to seed already, so probably gonna like scalp most of it off today, and then it will be taken out of the garden and we'll put something else in the way, because once it goes to seed, the energy is going towards the plant like reproducing itself rather than producing edible stuff. So you don't get a very good yield once it starts to flower. But it hasn't hit that point quite yet. And it's really easy to harvest Swiss chard. Literally just snip off the biggest leaves. And then we'll bring it inside and wash it up. And then that'll help some of my little celery root seedlings here, because this is blocking a lot of the light for them right now from the sun. So if we take all these big leaves that are hanging over, should be good. That is more than enough for sure. And this is the stuff that we grew over the winter. That's why it's already trying to bolt. Guys, I don't have chat with me right now. Hopefully Sammy's talking to you. Okay, I'm good with that. Just bring my scissors in and then bunch that all up. Yeah, a part of a garden stream, because it's not the best day to be outside. But we got a break in the rain, so we had to take advantage of it. And well, the birdies are super happy. And this is rainbow chard, what we grow. So that's why the stems are all different colors. Bring that bunch in. Check it out. Nice little bunch. So we got 2 of those. Mind you, it does cook down quite a bit. Yeah, exactly. So all of the like piping on the top there on the beds is for the winter time, and we just cover it with a plastic to keep the stuff from getting too wet, and then also it can grow. It keeps it a little bit warm too. All right, that was our little garden stream, guys. Better than nothing. And it looks like the rain mostly washed the veggies for us already. That's right in there. Big old bunch of green. Eat your veggies, friends. Just bringing that camera in because it is actually starting to rain again, so success. I didn't melt today, chat. Okay, so I'm going to leave some of this for my parents. Definitely don't have to cook all of that, so I'll put that aside. And then I'll wash up what we use. Hi, Greek. Good to see you. Super fresh greens. Yeah, still alive. Exactly. I really love like the yellow. It's so vibrant. Like this is the greens compared to me, right? They're really big. That looks like enough. Thank you. Okay, now I'll show you guys how to process Swiss chard because I have a really quick way to do it. It's efficient. Summer courses are already at the university. You already started last week. Cool. What are you taking? Yeah, it is actually a lot, right? It doesn't look like much when it's standing up in the garden, but when you pick it, it's like, holy cow, that's lots. So we should get that much every single week now. Oh, you're taking teaching courses. Amazing. Gonna get my spinner out. And then once we have this chopped up, we can just keep it in the fridge until it's time to cook it up later. And then it's literally like a less than 10-minute cook time on it too. Get your greens in, and even like in the middle of summer when this stuff is really going, I can put in my smoothies. It's not bad. Sammy, I think my paring knife is outside still. Yeah, vitamin K. That pork smells really yummy already. English literature. You're a novel specialist. Very cool. So vitamin K keeps your teeth white? Thank you.
Vitamin K keeps me alive. That's vitamin K.
Ha ha ha. It helps. Yeah, very cool. Okay, let's get the dirt and bugs out. So I like to just grab the one leaf and then use your paring knife. And then we're going to separate the stem from the greens, because the stem's just a little bit tougher. So we have to cut it differently. So that's how we're gonna start processing it. And that's also why I really like Swiss chard, is because you can use the whole thing. Everything's edible on it. It's not like kale where you have to take it off the stem because the stem is so tough.
I think I like the stem more than I like the greens. Oh.
The stem is super juicy.
Yeah.
On the Swiss chard. It's like you bite into the stem, it's almost like a bok choy stem, where it just like goes really juicy in your mouth. It's really refreshing. This is actually one thing Doggo will not go for, is like she's standing here beside me thinking that she'll eat it, but she doesn't. It's not a good one for her. She just kind of like mashes it up and then leaves it on the ground for you to pick up. Mickey, I am doing good. Yeah. His time's just honestly like flying by. Sam and I are getting married in like a month and 4 days.
Month and 4 days?
Whoa.
About.
Your partner is a physicist. He just laughs at you. Almost done. And then because of this stuff is like so delicate, you can sometimes find like the baby Swiss chard leaves in some mixed green blends in the store too. If you're like, well, I want to try it, but I don't know if I'm gonna like it if I buy a whole bunch of it. Yeah, exactly. That's thoughts of Doggo for sure. Gonna set that all aside for now and then start on our greens. See, I didn't enjoy physics. I don't know, my mind couldn't comprehend it. I was definitely a bio person. Chem and physics was not my jam. Biology though, into it. My brain is better at like memorizing stuff than applying itself. Things that you learn as you get older.
I'm better at applying myself.
Yeah, Sam is like super good at applying what he knows, where I have never been. Kind of sucks. It's like a little bit frustrating, right? But there's also power in knowing your strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so I just layered all kind of similar sized leaves on top of each other. And then I'm gonna turn it this way and cut it lengthwise down the center. And then flip it onto itself. And then we're only going to have a piece of Swiss chard that's like 2 inches long, because I find if we leave it in like the whole leaf and just cut strips, when you cook it down, it goes like kind of stringy, and there's been times where I almost like choke on it like that. So cut it a bit smaller and it'll just be easier to eat. Could you make stock from the stems? You totally can, but I love to just eat the stem. I think it's way better to eat the stem than to put it in stock. Okay, now I'm gonna come back and do 1 inch wide strips. And then that can go into the salad spinner. And then we'll rinse it all off once we have a bunch in there. It's good to go. Because yeah, I don't put any pesticides or anything like that in the garden. Everything's organic. So there's bugs, there's dirt, there could be poop from the birds, who knows? So really, we have to wash it very good. Yeah, you can tell it's organic because it's been chewed by bugs, right? Is like if you get caterpillars and stuff, but that doesn't mean that it's like poisoned and you can't eat it. But those are the things that you will never find in store because, well, if you got a bunch of Swiss chard that was all chewed up, you're not gonna pay for that, right? That's our first thought. Oh, that's like a rip-off. Where's the rest of the leaf? So where do those pieces of Swiss chard go is what we have to think about. Well, probably in the garbage, honestly. And that's just really sad. Yeah, they go in the caterpillar belly. But like, I remember even when I was volunteering at the farm, we had to be pretty particular there. But at least like the discarded leaves that were a touch eaten, at least the farmers were able to use that in like the staff meal for lunchtime and stuff like that. So it didn't get thrown out. But like, big food processors of vegetables, I don't know what their story is. Yeah, got that extra good, healthy taste. We're almost there. And then another tip when cooking greens like this, always start with double what you think you want to end up with because they really shrink down like in half when we cook this. Yeah, insect spotted. Exactly. There's like a little spider crawling away. It's alive. Okay, those little pieces we don't have to cut down. And then this, just rough chop. Okay, and now the stems. Just trim in the part where it's really thick because that's where it's trying to go to seed, and that's where it's also gonna be woody. So it's not gonna be as good as the other parts of the stem. So line up all your stems in a row, and then we will come in and cut them in like 1/2 inch lengths. Then you can get like a little bit of stem and a little bit of green when we cook it. And then it also distributes like all of the color, right? Because the stem is so colorful. Hi Vune, how are you? You didn't know this was how you did Swiss chard? This is just how I do Swiss chard, but this is what I've like kind of taught myself over the years, how to clean it really easily. And I think this is one of the easiest, most organized ways to do it. This is how I'd always do it in the restaurant. Let's just say that. And then this way it cooks in less than 10 minutes, right? Large corporations reject not perfect veggies. Yeah, because they have to, right? Because people would be like, well, I'm not paying for this. Remember when you were young, how grossed out you would be to see the steamed cabbage worms on the broccoli? What? How come no one washed it off, Annie? Gotta wash the veggies. You've actually never had it. What? Bye, Roth. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. A&W Canada is actually pretty decent food. Yeah, they're totally different, the Canadian US. Vune is a happy person. You made chicken doner kebab with a new spice you discovered and you nailed it. Oh man, that sounds yummy, Vune. What would I compare A&W to? Well, it's not my favorite. Actually, I don't have like any favorite fast food chain for sure. Is my go-to like burger spot is, it's only on the island here and it's the only fast food restaurant in Canada that is carbon neutral.
Yeah!
But yeah, A&W, probably compare it to like Wendy's, I guess, in the US. Titan, what the hell is up there? What kind of fly did we get in here? Oh no. We need an exterminator. Yeah, carbon neutral. So here, I'll post you guys the link to the spot I'm talking about. Sam actually worked there for a few months. And yeah, we still go back. It's so, so good. Big Wheel Burger. That's actually what he had for lunch yesterday. There's the link. Yeah, Sammy to the rescue. Okay, gonna rinse this off. And then we're gonna get into our kohlrabi gratin. And we gotta get that gratin in the oven sooner than later because we're cooking the pork roast a bit lower. So the gratin is gonna take a bit longer as well. All rinsed off, and we'll spin the water out. Thanks, Annie. Have fun grating. I'm sure you have a tasty beverage there with you. Sammy's new bikey. Pick it up today. Oh, there was a lot of water in there. I'll empty some out and we'll go one more time. Just got like half a cup out of there. You really like the big wheel burger Greek. So that's why we use a salad spinner, because, well, there's all that water on the greens that we don't really need there. Okay. That can just go in the fridge for now. Just gonna wipe my cutting board. All right, kohlrabi. Who has had this before? Clean this up a bit. I know someone was in here earlier all excited about it. Do we know anything about metalworking? Yeah, we gotta ask Dad. Van Al Handyman. Which glue do you use to join metals together that will withstand stress? Okay, so this vegetable, kohlrabi, from the German term for cabbage turnip. It's also called German turnip. It's a biennial vegetable. So a flowering plant that takes 2 years to complete its biological life cycle. In the first year, the plant undergoes primary growth, in which its leaves, stems, and roots developed. And then the stem of the plant remains short and the leaves are low to the ground, forming a little rosette. So it grows underground. JB Weld. Yeah, cabbage turnip. Because the swollen stem resembles, like, I guess, the turnip top. And then this, obviously the green is cabbage. And then the inside of this is like a turnip as well. So it's like crunchy and juicy. So this has been created by artificial selection for lateral meristem growth. So that's what makes the swollen and then spherical shape. So they grow it a special way. What? That is so cool. So its origin in nature is the same of that as cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, kale, collard greens, and Brussels sprouts. So it's all brassicas. They're all bred from the wild cabbage plant. The taste and texture of kohlrabi is similar to that of a broccoli stem or a cabbage heart, but milder and sweeter. It's super, super good, and a high ratio of flesh to skin. So this young stem, when we have more of the leaves on, obviously you can see they've been cut off already, but if you can get it with the leaves, really, really good. So the young stem can be crisp and juicy like an apple, although it's much less sweet. This is really expensive? No. No, it's not expensive, and it grows really well here. It was your bunny's food of choice. Aw, along with like little carrot tops. That's so cute. And then you can also get a couple different varieties of kohlrabi. So there's white Vienna, there's also a purple Vienna, so the entire outside is purple. Beautiful as well.
Caitlin,
Yes.
read your message and read it to you.
I got a message back.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what Van Isle Handyman says. What's the purpose? So what kind of metal? What's the purpose? And what kind of stress? That's what we need to know, View. What kind of metal? What is it being used for? And what kind of stress are you putting on it? Okay, so preparation and use of kohlrabi. So the stems are surrounded by two distinct fibrous layers that do not soften really when cooked. So we don't really use this stem part, but we can use the leaves. The bulbous kohlrabi stem frequently used in raw salad or slaws because yeah, it's like a cabbage, right? It's an important part of Kashmiri cuisine. And it's one of the most commonly cooked vegetables along with collard greens. And then in Cyprus, it's just sprinkled with salt and lemon and served as an appetizer. Yum. And then also some varieties are grown as feed for cattle. Very cool. There's lots of good stuff with kohlrabi. Okay, so I did post a recipe there for us to take inspiration from. You've never made these? It's actually such a good veggie, and it's one that Sam's grown up with. It's one that I've only brought into my life in the past few years, actually. Didn't really know about it when I was young. So the recipe says for the kohlrabi and ham gratin, if you haven't tried kohlrabi, which tastes like a mild sweet turnip, this gratin is an excellent place to start. After all, who doesn't taste, or what doesn't taste good with cheese sauce on it? Kohlrabi that are less than 3 inches in diameter will give you the most tender results. Okay, that's not even close to this. This is like double that size. Okay, so the metal is stainless steel to stainless steel. A disc put on a rod. The stress is centrifugal forces. Think pottery wheel on a motor. Basically, he's making a sanding machine for his dice. So cool.
Now you gotta respond that to your dad.
So now you can respond that to my dad.
I didn't get the message, so the phone was open.
Well, the message is there, Sam, on the group message. So it says to actually boil the kohlrabi first and then slice it and sprinkle it or pour the sauce over it. But I usually do it raw, like a scalloped potato. So that's what we have to think of this as, right? Is like a scalloped potato dish almost, where we're going to make the sauce and then put everything together and bake it. I don't think we have to boil it first. Okay, we have to make bechamel sauce for this. We need a little Pyrex pan that we're gonna bake it in, or like a casserole dish. I think I actually wanna do it in like a little Corningware. In our little Corningwares. So this little guy, something with a lid, so that instead of pre-boiling this, we can steam it for the first little bit by keeping the lid on, and then to finish the gratin, we can sprinkle our cheese and breadcrumbs on and then just broil it quickly when it's done. I think that'll be better. I don't really love boiling vegetables because that takes a lot of the nutrients and flavor out of them. So now we get to see how this is processed. So the first thing that we have to do, so there's our bottom. So cut the bottom and the top off, and then we have nice flat surfaces because we have to peel this. And the peel is actually quite tough, as you can see. It's not the most beautiful, which is probably a good thing. We're dosing it with a cheese sauce today. The top part is nicer though. So yeah, look at it. It's like a cabbage turnip. It's just this nice kind of pale green, crunchy texture. And now we just have to go around the sides. So kind of same way that we peel like a pineapple. So we're just gonna peel this little bit of skin off. So take your knife, just slide it along, and then you'll see where it separates from the veggie. I don't love how that's looking there at all. Wow. Surprise. Okay, so keep cutting until it doesn't look gross anymore. Sometimes happens with these guys. Wow, what? Just rotten from the inside. Good thing we have two. That's actually my biggest pet peeve with vegetables, when they look perfect on the outside and you cut into them. Just garbage. It's like, that's not even fair. Sandbag. Okay, so keep peeling. If your kohlrabi looks like that, just cut it all off. Just start over. Is there a season? I believe there is, and I'm gonna say, just judging by that, is I don't think this is it. Well, Sam would know. I've never grown it. What's the season, Sam? When does your mom grow it?
It's late.
It gets harvested late in the summer.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vune. Yeah. I'm sad about the kohlrabi too. I hate throwing vegetables out. Let's just hope this one's better. Because I guess if it's not, then I'm gonna have to do something else with you guys for veg. But so far it's actually looking better. So a nice fresh kohlrabi should be like really juicy and crunchy. Should not look dried out like that at all. And then we really want to make sure we get all of the peel off, because I'm going to hold this up for you guys to see. Like, it's really, really woody. As you can see, all of those little fibers there. Yeah, that is not good. Yay! Except I still see some dry stuff here. Just gonna cut into it and see. Oh, phew. Whew. That was really stressful. Reminds you of some people you know. Just rotten on the inside, but they look normal on the outside. Love it, Vune. Wow, we did pick the Swiss chard at just the right time, because it is raining outside again. Fitting those kohlrabi trimmings over the edge. Starting to smell a little bit porky in here. Yeah, perfect. Let's go. Okay, so now I'm gonna think about it like our scallop potatoes. So this gets sliced nice and thin. Obviously, the thinner we slice, the quicker it's gonna cook. So I like to go with like a 1/4 inch kind of slice or 1/3 inch. I wouldn't go 1/2 inch, that would take forever to cook. But yeah, typically like a little 1/4 inch slice is the best. Shouldn't take too long to cook that way. And we're not making a really big casserole, so this guy should be done within like a 45-minute window, I would say. Okay, I'm just gonna trim a bit more of this one off. Really unhappy with that guy. So sad. Oh, Discord pic? We got a Discord pic of the kebab? Oh, yes, that looks so good, View, and I want that in my life. I guess we're working on a bit of knife skills today. Also, it's not sweet. It's crunchy, but this one that had like all of the weird stuff on it, it's not even sweet anymore. And I think this is a great variation to potatoes. Definitely lower carb, not as much starch. Should be able to digest it pretty easily. Could see it being good with like celery root as well. Okay. How long does this take to cook? I'm gonna say it'll take probably around 45 minutes. Now we can layer everything in here. I'm gonna put a bit of salt in between each layer at this point. And then we'll also make sure our bechamel is nice and seasoned too. This is the first time I'm making a dish like this with kohlrabi. But Sam grew up having it sliced up thin like this, and then his mom just kind of poured like a bechamel sauce over top and didn't gratin it. Well, we're taking it one step further today. A little sprinkle. It has a ton of moisture. Will this influence the gratin? So I saw a few different styles of recipes when I was looking this morning for the gratin. A lot of the recipes didn't actually make a bechamel sauce at all, which I don't think that's really a gratin. Like, it didn't have any milk or dairy in it. Is they just used butter and then baked it in the dish. Well, you saw the one, Sam, right? So that was what they called kohlrabi gratin. I was like, well, that is wrong. So to me, that looked really bad because it was just like this separated layer of fat and kohlrabi juice at the bottom. So I think the bechamel is definitely going to help keep this not as wet for sure. And just judging by how dry this one is, because it's not very fresh, probably a better way to use it up anyways, dosing it in sauce. Sadly, you don't see kohlrabi on any of your grocery delivery options. Wow, yeah, because I would say like somewhere like a Whole Foods would carry it. Maybe the only thing I would say, Yoon, if we're worried about the gratin going a bit watery is just make your bechamel a touch thicker. And then the kohlrabi, whatever juice comes out of it when it cooks, will just dilute it a bit, right? You don't know until you try it. So try and get this one nice even layer. Maybe later in the summer, yeah, when it's actually in season. A lot of the farms here grow this stuff though. It's like always on the restaurant menus. Okay, so we're just gonna cover that up and then we're going to start making our bechamel sauce. There's also only 6 minutes left on the timer before we check our pork roast. That's the 1 hour mark as well, guys. It looks like a potato, right? Except it's way less sugar and starch. So it's even better for you. Okay, just referring back to this recipe. So they did about 6 servings. I don't have a very thick casserole, right? We only filled about half of it. And I also chose a casserole that was wider rather than deeper, and that way it'll cook quicker too. So they did 5 to 6 medium kohlrabis. I'm gonna cut this recipe in half, and I think we'll be good to go. Actually, that's a lie, because they only use 1 1/3 cups of milk and 3 tablespoons of flour and butter for the roux. That's a little bit weird. Okay, let's get our little saucepan out. We get to use our orange pot with the orange trivet today. Yes. Put that guy there. Get out our butter and our milk. So I'm going to slice an 1/8 of a cup of butter. Which that looks like to me maybe 4 tablespoons worth. And we're gonna put that on a medium heat and let that start to melt. While that's melting, get out our all-purpose flour. And then we're going to need a whisk. Can also bring our salt and pepper back over to the stove now. So the flour will sprinkle into there. And we'll be checking our pork roast right away here. Is that soup stock boiling there? It totally is. Yeah, that is beef broth. It's been going for 2 days now, and then this morning I added some celery, onion, black peppercorns, bay leaf, and coriander seed to it for some aromatics, and then I'll strain it later. The thirst is real today, friends. While this is melting, I'm just gonna go snip a couple sprigs of thyme from outside and we can put some nice fresh herb in there. Also, sage would be perfect with this too. Over halfway to a meal request. Nice, Greek. Okay, got the thyme. Couple of sage leaves. Sage and pork is so good together. And a little goes a long way. Turn on the hood vent. Okay, so I'm going to pick the thyme off of the stems. Our butter's almost there. Keep ourselves busy while that's melting still. You just gotta watch lots now. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? You know that you get like a minimum of 12 hours of Kate a week. And then everything else is just bonus. Yes, pork timer. I'll check it in a sec because our butter is melted here now. So grab our whisk and then we'll sprinkle in just enough flour to make a smooth paste that pulls away from the side of the pans. So like the basic guideline for roux is equal parts butter and flour, but I always find you have to add a touch more flour every time. So I just stop measuring them out and just do it this way instead. And we're using a whisk so that we don't get any lumps. You can also turn the heat down now. It was on medium, now I have it on low, so that's not quite thick enough. Add a bit more. See how it's just starting to pull away from the side of the pan and kind of clump together. I'm gonna add just a touch more flour. And then I think that's perfect. And now our next step is to slowly add our milk. A little bit at a time, and that's how we minimize our lumps too. A little bit of milk. Mix that up, and it should start to like really thicken right away. Just like that. A little bit more. This is our really important steps here. If we don't mix it smooth enough, then we'll have a lumpy sauce, and that's just not good. And then you can also see the thickening power right away of the roux, right? Just like making this doughy mixture. Thin it back out again. There we go. And then notice how I'm mixing it until it's smooth every single time before adding more milk. There you go. A little bit more. This is something that you cannot walk away from once you start. So yeah, I'm not even looking at chat right now because we don't want to burn our bechamel onto the bottom of the pot. But look at how that's loosening up now and how nice and silky smooth it looks. That's why I'm ignoring you guys right now. Okay, so now we can loosen up our sauce a bit more. And then it should take around 15 minutes for the roux to properly thicken and cook out in the milk. And then during that 15 minutes, as it's coming up to a simmer, is we want to keep stirring. A bit more milk still. That looks good to me. I'd rather start with it a bit thicker and then just have to thin it out near the end. So I'll just keep our milk on this side. And now we can keep prepping up our herbs, and then we can put those in to the sauce next so they can infuse it with the flavor. The hard part is done. This is a day of first for you too, Cookie. Never done rack of pork before. Oh, you would so love it. So love it. Okay. Finish off these herbs and then we can actually peek at the pork. It's been an hour. I know we're kind of itching to see it, aren't we? Am I familiar with how Ramsay cooks his scrambled eggs? It almost looks like a sauce. I am familiar with it, but that's not how I like my scrambled eggs. I like them to have like a bit more eggy texture rather than being like really smooth like that. Yeah, the European way, soft scrambled eggs with small curd. That is not for me. Okay, chop up our thyme. We got a little thyme for that. Yeah, that's like one thing for sure that I'm picky about in cooking is my eggs. And I think we all have a right to be. Do I have real wasabi root? That's funny you ask because someone local posted it online and, well, for fresh wasabi root for, what was it, for 60? No, it's $60 per 100 grams was the price. And I was like, oh no, that's so expensive. I was like, now I understand why everyone just buys it dried. Whoa, garam masala to beige view? I need to read the rest of that. Just had to come over and stir this in first. Oh, garam masala to the beige for lasagna. Nice. That's really nice. Okay, line up all our sage leaves. Cut off the stem. You did homemade egg McMuffins today for breakfast. Nice. Did you make your own English muffins too? Yeah, honestly, isn't that so easy? Yeah, I'm really hoping that with everything that happened with the pandemic is people start to learn the simple, like fast food things that you could easily do at home instead of going out to eat something that's been processed. Gotta try and shorten the food chain, right? Yeah, and you baked the eggs in ramekins. Ah, I'm sure that was like so professional, Cookie. Okay, so we got our thyme and sage in our bechamel. Still have to add just a little bit of salt. So I'll start with like a teaspoon. And then I love black pepper in bechamel. And then the one other spice that goes in bechamel, actually over here, is nutmeg. So a pinch of nutmeg, and that is very, very traditional. This is a mother sauce. So mother sauces are, there's 5 of them, and they are bases for many, many other sauces. So this bechamel, if we add cheese to that, that gets turned into a Mornay sauce, so a cheese sauce. So if you guys learn the mother sauces, you can make a lot of other sauces from them. And we really only just need a pinch of nutmeg because it's quite strong. Yeah, I've never been one to do eggs in the microwave, but I can see how that works for a lot of people. Because yeah, there's like no mess really, right? It's easy cleanup. This is slowly starting to thicken. I don't think we'll need any more milk for that. Okay, we're gonna peek at the pork while we're waiting for that to cook out. So like I said, just stir it every few minutes. Otherwise, the roux is gonna wanna cook onto the bottom of the pot. Doesn't like to marry up with the milk right away. Do I remember how 2 years ago I would sometimes bemoan the fact that your wife doesn't cook? Yes. She surprised you with Chinese stir-fried dinner the other day. What? Aw. Yeah, right? Is like just those little things make you so happy. And it can be such a simple dish, but when it's made by someone else, it tastes better. Hey, King Nordic. How are you? Is that bone broth? It is. It's a beef version this time. Okay, porky. Okay, porky pork. Let's check it out now. Not really much color, right? Because it's cooking at a lower temp. It's feeling good though. I will say that. So this is where we come in with a nice instant read thermometer. They're really not expensive off of Amazon. Yeah, look at how the bones have like sort of crisped up. That looks really nice too. So what we want to do is go right in by the bone in the center because that's where it's going to take the longest to cook. So we're looking for around 140. This is sitting at around 70. So we're only about halfway, but we are at the halfway point. So us gauging around 2 hours is perfect. It's kind of crazy how it always kind of works out like that for reverse sear. It's usually like 2 to 3 hours for every cut of meat. Yeah, so this is where your bone-in pork loin chops come from. Kind of stuck to the rack, but that's exactly how it is, and that's how we're gonna serve it. Just we're cooking them all together rather than separate. Okay, back into the oven. I'm gonna rotate that tray as well. Give a stir on this bechamel. And then that gratin is going in next. Just because it is cooking at 275, so I know it's gonna be a lower and slower thing compared to us cooking at 375, right? Bone in, yeah, also equals more flavor. And well, you are going to pay more for them to cut that roast into pork chops for you rather than if you bought that roast and cut your own chops from it. So that's always an option too, is you can always buy the bone-in pork roast and make a couple chops from one side and then just have like a little piece of roast to cook off. Many, many options, friends. I'm gonna get a little bit of water. Because yeah, how many bones are on there? Is there 6? Divide that by $18 is what that cost. Each pork chop's only $3 then. You're laughing. Cause well, bone-in pork chops served at restaurants usually go for around $40 a plate. Just saying. Greek, yeah, how did you know? So I used the beef bones from the prime rib that we did a couple weeks back. So we got the prime rib bones in that pot with the broth, as well as like a bunch of brisket trim that I saved. So just a little bit of bones and like a lot of fat in there. So I'm hoping I get a good amount of like rendered beef fat as well. That's always handy for deep frying. 40 bucks, yeah. I mean, it's probably a bigger portion. Usually it's like a double bone pork chop. So closer to like 8 ounces rather than these might be around 4 ounces. It's skinnier. But yeah, $40 is usually what they charge because it does take quite a bit of time to cook it properly. Pork dries out really quickly, especially when we cook the loin, right? So the dishes that take more labor, you're gonna pay more for them. If you can make it yourself, oh, you're gonna save so much money. Stir this sauce up. Show you guys, it is starting to thicken. So I know we're getting close here. See how that's changed in consistency? But there's nothing sticking on the bottom. The only thing we'll have to do is just give it a taste so that we're sure that all of the flour has been cooked. If it tastes a little bit starchy, then we can let it go for a bit more. Okay, so for our pork, I'm gonna do a half an hour timer, I think. Perfect. Deep fry with beef fat, what do you make? You can make really anything, like French fries in beef fat. That's what was typically used, was like rendered animal fat or lard in most restaurants, for sure. And then they started getting away from this whole saturated fat thing, and then that's when they came in with vegetable oils instead. But you can sometimes find restaurants that still fry with like animal fats, and you will totally taste the difference of flavor on that fried item. What's in the left and right pot? Hi, Suzanne. Hope you are well. So this guy, I have a little bit of beef bone broth bubbling away. It's been on the stovetop for a couple days now. We're gonna strain it up today. Steak frites, yeah, yummy. And then our right pot here is our bechamel for the kohlrabi gratin. It's looking like it's not really thickening up too much more, so that's a sign that it's probably done cooking. We can come in with our little spoon and give it a taste. That's really nice. Like, I always find bechamel has this nice sweetness to it. And especially with the fresh herbs, so definitely need some salt. And I'll even do a bit more pepper. But the flour has been cooked out, so once we mix this in, we can pour it over the kohlrabi in our casserole dish. See how that is. Yum. That's super good. Sam will be happy with that. Yes, I did put just a little pinch, like literally a pinch. I was not messing around there, of nutmeg. You gotta put in the bechamel. Check this out. So remember, we sprinkled a touch of salt on the kohlrabi when we were making the layers. Look at the salt drawing the moisture out of it. So Vyun, you were asking earlier, will the kohlrabi affect like the juiciness of the gratin? So maybe this is one way where we can bring some moisture out before we bake it, is to kind of pre-salt the kohlrabi, and then if you have like any extra liquid in the pan, kind of just drain that out or pat it dry before you put the sauce over. That's my thought. Yeah, like with eggplants, exactly. Look at this beauty. So nice and smooth. Just gonna get a spatula. My Bevy, thanks for the follow. So pour that over. Try to distribute it evenly. That looks pretty perfect to me. It's like white on white. I'm going heavy with it. And then I'm hoping that the warmth of the sauce is gonna kind of fast track the cooking of it. So it won't take as long to like heat up the entire casserole in the oven, right? With us pouring the hot bechamel over now. These are the Kate's thoughts. Just gonna clean up that edge. And then I'm going to reserve putting on the cheese and breadcrumbs now. So I'm gonna pop the lid on, do a little bit of steaming action so we can get the kohlrabi cooked through. And then we'll dress it at the end with our cheese and breadcrumbs, put it under the broiler, crisp it up. Hi from isolation in Chicago. Aw, are you lonely then? I think that you have come to the right place. Fun fact for the day, Greek. In large, you mean large quantities, nutmeg can be poisonous. Yes, yeah, it can make you hallucinate. I've heard that. There was like once upon a time when kids were doing the nutmeg challenge, wasn't there? Okay, let's pop this in the oven. There's a 24-minute timer on the pork. Trying to decide right now if I want to let that go for 24 minutes. And I think I do. I think I do. You love to watch new recipes? Ah, I think you have found your home then. Because we do all sorts of different things on the stream. It isn't worth it, Greek? No, I believe that for sure. Okay. Let's get into our beluga lentils. I'm gonna write out this list here for us. So our pork is in the oven. It's done. Our gratin, I can consider that done. We just have to do the cheese and breadcrumbs still. We have already chopped up our Swiss chard. The only thing we have to prep for that still is some bacon lardons. So house-made bacon, because pork is just so good when you braise it with greens. And well, smoky, salty, and sweet bacon. Can't really go wrong with that. And then lastly, our lentils. So I want to cook these guys with some onion and carrot, and then we'll take some of that bone broth because that'll put even more flavor into the lentils. The onion and carrot will add a little bit of sweetness for us. And then at the end, once all the liquid is cooked out of the lentils, we can just finish it off with maybe a nub of butter and some fresh chopped like parsley and dill. Make it a little bit creamy. And I think that will be beautiful. Where did the beluga lentils come from? Oh yes, and chives, yeah. Chives now just kind of go into everything, hey Nike? Because they are so plentiful. So the beluga lentil, I don't know the country of origin, but these guys are grown here on the island in the area called Saanich, where it's like quite flat and it gets quite warm there as well. So really different growing compared to where we are. Trying to find some history. So the most popular type of lentil is brown, or it's called like a French lentil or a Puy lentil, P-U-Y. And the black lentils are actually a recent addition to the market, but they're similar in firmness to a green lentil. So they have a really nice firm texture in the mouth, where I would compare like the orange lentil or the brown lentil really starts to fall apart quickly. So these will hold their shape, which I love to put them in dishes with like pork and stuff, where it doesn't just go like really mushy together. Hi, Psycho Boss Sauce. How are you doing? India uses tons of lentils. Yeah, they call them dal. So lentils are really good for us. They have complex carbohydrates, which our bodies can easily digest compared to a simple carb like a potato or pasta. So it's the good kind of carb, and they have a lot of protein in them. So 18 grams of protein in a cup of cooked lentils. That is a lot. Like, we wouldn't even really need pork with this dish to get our protein. We already get it from the lentils. That's super cool. And well, lentils are a lot less expensive than pork, right? They also have probiotics, or prebiotics in them that help with digestion. So how to prepare black lentils. I'm gonna read this, and it looks like it's exactly what I usually do. So when you're working with dry beluga lentils, start by sorting them to remove any pieces of debris, like grains of different sorts, and usually little rocks sometimes sneak in there. So try and put this on a surface where you can contrast the color. So we'll put the black onto this lighter wood, whereas if we had like a brown lentil, we'd have to go like onto something white. So we can pick the pebbles out. Yes, I love lentil soup too. Such a good one. So I am going to cook, I think, 1 cup of this, and then they'll double in size for Sam and I, because we have the gratin as well as the braised greens going along with the meal today. So measure out your 1 cup, and then we'll pour it out, spread it out, and start picking. And lentils are also good like warm or cold. I've also made a lentil hummus before with the brown variety. I wouldn't try and make a hummus with this. This is better as like a really nice composed dish, even with like a salad of sorts. Serve it cold with a vinaigrette and some chopped veggies in it. Really good. Yeah, there's definitely things in there that don't belong. Lentil soup combined with a Wiener sausage. That's like a typical meal there. I'm in. Hi, Helquin, how are you? Okay. This actually looks like too much still. Just lay this out, spread it out. Look at all the different little grains that we can see in here. So this comes from a local mill that gets all of the local grains, and then obviously they mill some for flours. That's also the spot where sometimes we can luck out and get some amazing local lamb from the farm down the road there too. All right. So looking at this, we got this little guy. It looks like a little piece of wheat there. So take out our little pieces of wheat. You gotta like really look close, because sometimes the rock looks like a lentil and you really don't want to bite down on a rock. Could potentially break your tooth. I would say this one step right here is probably why a lot of restaurants don't cook lentils. Because who's gonna pay their cook to stand over a big thing of lentils and pick out pebbles all day? Probably no one. There's a couple cracked pieces, and that's totally fine. Remember, we're just looking for the rocks. Rocks and different grains that don't belong. Yeah, you get the new guy to do it, or the dishwasher, right? Yeah, the dentists are the ones that sneak the rocks into the bags of lentils. It's good for business. Love it, Vune. Okay, I think that's almost everything. Oh, I found a rock. See? It's like just when you're about to say that you're good, you find the rock. And then it makes you second guess if you're actually good or not. It's like, oh no, now we found one. Is there more? So I'm literally kind of just going counterclockwise around it. Because yeah, you do miss some stuff. So I usually go around like 4 or 5 times just to be sure. And that's what I have so far. We're just gathering up some bird seed. Okay. We are good. Dwayne Johnson? The Rock? Yeah, now we have respect for the Indian restaurant because it's not just the black lentils, it's every single lentil. Wouldn't the rocks sink and the lentils float? I guess, but I would rather be sure than to leave them in and hope that they sink and then you don't strain it out with the lentils. Are there any ladies out in the garden? We actually haven't gotten any seeds. We haven't. I still have to invest in the light for the greenhouse probably, and maybe a little fan for out there. Yeah, we haven't gotten any seeds yet. I'm just gonna toss this stuff outside because I know actually the birds will be happy. Okay, this is where our little scraper comes in. I'm gonna cook only half of this, guys. That's how deceiving 1 cup is. It's crazy. And that would probably end up more like 4 cups, which would be way too much. Sam would hate me. Don't make him sick of lentils in the first time. We'll fill half of this guy back up. And then these guys, somewhere around like 15 to 20 minutes, simmering away on the stove top. Nice low and slow. There we go. So yeah, lentils go a long way. Try and not make a mess with this. Yee. Unsuccessful. I'm gonna try and do it off the edge. Because yeah, these little guys like really roll around compared to the other lentil varieties. There we go. Done. Okay, now we can chop up some shallot and carrot for these guys. We can strain out a little bit of broth. Oh yeah, and garlic. Hello. Peeking in there. It's looking so good. The pork's also starting to smell good. It's a good sign. So I'll do a couple of carrots. We'll beef it up with some veggies. And then we have our half shallot from yesterday's stream. Yeah, stop looking at you like that. Garlic. Let's do 1, 2, 3, because we have quite a bit of garlic on our pork as well. Let's not go too crazy. Smash that up. And then we can use the garlic press to mince it into the pot. So we'll start by frying up the shallot and the carrot a little bit. And then we'll add the dried lentil, or sorry, then we'll add the garlic and then the lentils and then the liquid. Might even add a little bit of white wine to them today. I think that would complement the pork nicely. Set that aside. The shallot's a bit dry. Take all that off. Okay, I'm gonna thinly or finely dice this. So we'll first thinly slice it. Then we'll come back and dice it. And yeah, carrots and lentils is one of my favorite combinations. Nice fine dice. Because once again, we don't want really big chunks of shallot and these little small lentils in each bite. We want to distribute all the flavor as evenly as possible. That is good. Now our carrot, peel those little guys up. Fresh peeler from the dishwasher. Tip and top your carrot. Then we'll cut both of those in half, lengthwise first. And that way the carrot can fit our blade easier. Thank you, Karmic Bob. Yeah, I guess that was a brunoise, wasn't it? Thanks for appreciating and noticing that. Because yeah, I guess I do those things without thinking about it, like a brunoise. Okay, so come back to our carrot. I'm gonna cut this in 3. Be careful because you don't want it to roll. And that one into 4 because it was just a bit bigger. Because, well, we need our vegetables to cook at the same rate as the lentils. So yeah, if we were to cut this carrot twice this size, the carrot would still be crunchy and the lentils would be cooked. Okay, so nice little pieces of carrot like that is what I'm going for. Now we can come back. Okay, now we can take a bunch of those strips and then finely chop it. Keep your index finger against the blade and guide your knife along. You want to keep everything around the same size. Next, and last little bit. Line it all up. Hold it in place. Go, go, go. That is a good amount of carrot for sure going in there. All right, get our garlic press out. That's our lentil prep. Just trying to judge the size of pot that I'm gonna need. I think I'll go larger rather than smaller, just in case. Get that guy. And well, there's 3 minutes left on the timer for our pork again. So I'm gonna just check it now, and then I don't have to start and stop the lentils. I'm thinking that the pork is pretty much done, and then we can rest it and then just sear it up. Sammy's doing the dishes after this meal. I've actually not been making too many dishes. It's not too bad. It's looking so good. If I turn this around, just don't want to disturb my pile of shallots there. So if we look at this side, it's released like a little bit of juices just from the end there where it's been cut from the loin, but other than that, we're not losing like any juices. Everything is staying inside of that roast. So let's check the temperature again. You're making pork, but making Chinese glazed pork belly for your boyfriend's birthday. Oh, wow. That sounds unreal. I am in. Yeah, luscious. Okay, so come to the center again, right by the bone, because that's where it takes the longest to cook. 102. Definitely raising pretty quickly in temp now, right? We're looking for like a 140-ish or 135 Fahrenheit. Definitely need a bit more. So I'll put that back into the oven and we can set, I'm gonna do 20 minutes now. Next Saturday, the 26th anniversary for you and waifu, Nike, is that what you're saying? So 20 more minutes and then we'll also check the kohlrabi at that point. So I'm not gonna start the lentils just yet then, because they only take around 15-20 minutes. But we can still prep up our Swiss chard, so we can chop up some bacon. Still have to do that. We can still grate our cheese and get our breadcrumbs together. Thanks, Babs. Yeah, pork's looking good. It's reverse searing or slowly roasting in the oven. Yeah, you should be excited, Scooter Beach. You made an orange cream mousse cake? What? That is a feast indeed. Bacon? This is the last of it. So I guess we'll be doing an order for pork belly the next little bit. We can make up some more bacon. I'm definitely not gonna use this whole slab either. So really important when you have a slab like this, we need to cut it the right way. So let's take a look at this. I know it's pretty thin there, but can you see in this top one how it looks like the meat strands are going this way? So the lines are going that way. And then if I turn it to this other side, how the meat strands are actually looks like it's been cut that way, right? So the meat strands are going up this way. So we need to go from this side and slice that way. If we were to slice it this way, that's with the grain, you'll actually have super chewy bacon. So don't make that mistake if you do buy a whole slab. You still have to cut it the right way. You don't know what to make, Nike? You were thinking salmon cakes and crab cakes with over easy eggs and shrimp cocktail and baked potatoes. Oh. Well, I'm doing salmon cakes on stream tomorrow. But yeah, that sounds so good. Salmon cake, crab cake. This is a pepper bacon that we did up. So we brined it for a week with salt, sugar, and some spices. And then we cold smoked it for around 8 hours. And then we hot smoked it for 1 hour. So it's double smoked pepper bacon. I'm gonna do 4 strips of this because a little's gonna go a long way. And then we'll cut our lardons for that. Back into the fridge. You just spent 90 bucks on something and yeah, you're a little upset the quality of it. What? Sammy! 1,000 bits for bacon lardons? He is into it. Thank you. What did you get, Jelly Filled? What's going on? All right, so lardons. Really fancy French term for just like little bacon bits, let's say. So I'll show you guys this size. So this is what a lardon is, and then we fry that up. It's gonna be so good. I think you're gonna be happy with your Dyson, Nike. That's a good investment, for sure. It's like a very grown-up investment. Welcome to adulthood. So what we're gonna do for the chard is obviously we wanna render out our bacon on its own first, get some fat out of there, start crisping it up. And then we'll throw our greens and the stems in, add a little bit of white wine, and then just cover it. Obviously a little bit of salt and pepper too. Gonna go lighter with the salt because bacon is salty. And then we just steam it for about 5 minutes and we're good to go. It's as simple as that. Just gonna wash this up. My bacony knife and hands. You can assure me lardons isn't a fancy word there. No, it's definitely not fancy in France. But anytime you say lardon in North America, it's like, oh, wow. All cleaned up, ready to go. You hired a modeler for a game you play to make you something, and the progress he sent me was good, but then the final project looked a lot different because you scrapped the original version he showed progress on. What? That sucks. I wonder, like, you should ask him why he strayed away from that when you guys agreed on it. I feel like I probably wouldn't pay full amount for his work, if I'm being honest, Jellyfilled. If you're the one that's paying for the work, you have to be happy with the end result. As much as every artist has their own vision, they still have to follow the person that's paying them to do the work, right? I think that's a smart way to go about it. I don't know, you guys let me know what you think of that. Okay, set our bacon aside. Now we can get cheesy. Should we do cheddar and Asiago on the gratin? Or should we just go straight funk with Asiago? What are we feeling? Do we want like a little bit of creaminess too? Get the cheese grater and do like a chunk like that, I think. There's not a ton of kohlrabi there. So to me, how long till foods? Well, we're just waiting on the pork sam. I can't rush that one. I would say less than an hour.
Eat some cereal then.
Yeah, eat some cereal. So Asiago is the North American cheaper version of the Italian Parmesan cheese. And to me, it's also like a little bit creamier too. I really like it. There's that. I'm gonna do a bit of cheddar too. Might as well. What is kohlrabi gratin? So think about scallop potatoes. That is like a basic gratin. So a gratin is something that's baked and then it's topped with usually cheese and then always breadcrumb. We'll do a little of both. See on the side here, there's a touch of mold. No. That's a sign that we gotta start using this up. Once it starts, that's it. So yeah, instead of the potato, in scalloped potatoes, we're using a vegetable today. So it should be a bit more healthy too. This is a first for me with the kohlrabi gratin, but I think it's gonna be very delicious. Yes, so this is this is a vegetable that's been made up. And it's pretty new to the world. So literally like a cabbage turnip mix. Your father grew kohlrabi. Sadly, it's underrated. Totally, because yeah, it's good raw, it's good cooked. It's very versatile. Let's shred up our cheeses. And then quite sure I still have some homemade breadcrumbs in the freezer, which homemade breadcrumbs, so easy, guys. So every time you have like, what do we call it? The bread butt, the last piece of bread in the loaf, that's like not the greatest. Well, I can see that some people would throw that out, right? You're like, well, I don't want the bread end. Instead of throwing it out, put it in a nice, like dry place and just let the bread dry out. And then once it's dry, you can make your own breadcrumbs and then you don't have to buy it from the store. Yeah, with your hamburger buns, the only bread I wouldn't do it with is a very rich bread. So something like a brioche where the fat could affect how it dries and it might go moldy on you. Cookie, you just realized you can use your instant read thermometer to tell the air temp. Yes, it's true. How hot is it in here? But that's so helpful if you're making bread, right? It's like, how warm is it in here? Should I proof the bread on the counter or make a little chamber in my oven? Yeah, is there more cheese on the grater? No, but just that cheddar was actually quite soft, but you can tell the Asiago's a lot drier. That's a good amount of cheese for sure. He's got Fruity Loops. Oh, little Asiago cheese chunks? Don't mind if I do. You gotta test it. It's been too long since I had Asiago. Yeah, it is fit for human consumption. Cheese complete. Back to the days of 9-year-olds, you eating all this sharp American cheese out of the fridge. Yeah, I always grew up with cheese in the fridge too. For sure, always a cheddar. That's like totally a staple in North America. All right, I'm gonna rinse the cheese off of my knife before it starts to stick on. We're gonna take a look at our prep list. Yeah, what? We still do that now. Actually, give me 30 seconds, okay, guys? Quick little break. I'm back. Yeah, time for Chef Sammy to sample the ingredients. Okay, I'm gonna pack this cheese up and get it back in the fridge. Get those breadcrumbs out of the freezers where I keep them. Then we can check some stuff off. So we did the cheese, did the crumbs, did our bacon. For the lentils, we did our shallot and carrot, and then we still just have to chop up some parsley and dill. We're rolling right along, and that is perfect because, well, there's only another 4 minutes on the timer again for the pork. That's just flying by. Then once the pork is resting, we should be good to go for cooking our lentils and then braising the chard as well. Homemade breadcrumb. This is a mixture of like all sorts of stuff. There's sourdough in there, there's white bread, and I just blitz it up in my blender until it's a nice fine breadcrumb. That's the other thing when you do your own breadcrumbs is you can decide how fine you want it. Sometimes you want something like chunkier, maybe to garnish a pasta or something. Why not? So we're just gonna set that aside with the cheese for the gratin, and that just gets sprinkled on top. Going to go grab the parsley and dill from outside, okay guys? Hang tight. Still raining. Been picking a little bit of parsley off this plant almost every day this week, and it seems so happy. Same with the dill, actually. Nope, that's good. Bam! Some more picks from the garden, guys. Look at that nice green fresh herbs. Let's pick them off of the stems. So the parsley and dill is for garnishing the lentils when they've been cooked already. We'll add the fresh chopped herbs right at the end. We'll mix it in, and that way they stay nice and green.
That's some cheese. That's good.
You had some cheese?
Yeah.
Hey! He's stealing the cheese, guys? You didn't tell me? Let's see whose side you're really on. Okay, start with the dill. Just come over and finely chop it.
Actually, encourage
Carrot, parsley, and dill, very good combination as well, guys. Is the dill and carrots are actually related in species. It's interesting. Like even their little seeds when you plant them are the same shape. Which makes sense when you look at a carrot top compared to a sprig of dill, right? Is they look very similar. Yeah, you're starving him. Poor Sammy. Yeah, because he's not old enough to get his own food, hey? That's that pork timer. Just gonna clear this area and then we'll check it out, hopefully for the last time. And we'll also check on our kohlrabi gratin. Really want to get all this herb into there. Not wasting anything. And that will just pop into the fridge so they can stay nice and fresh. If we leave them out, they'll probably go wilty. Yeah, poor Sammy. Oh, I know it's cooked a little bit more now because our crust is kind of pulling away. So that means the pork's starting to cook more too. Okay, once again, go into the center here. It feels different every time I put this thermometer in. So 120 now. Last time we checked, it was at 100, so it just climbed 20 degrees. You can see the juice is still running just a bit pink. So about 15 to 20 more degrees, and this guy is resting for probably around 20 minutes to half an hour. Yes, oh man, yeah, you're back and you finally get to see the meat. It's almost done slow roasting in the oven, and then all we have to do is kind of finish searing it off, either under the broiler or in like a nice cast iron pan, which we might do if everything times out properly. Meat goes in. Our little gratin comes out. Set our new timer for the meat. So I'm gonna do, well, it took 20 minutes for it to climb 20 degrees. So why don't I set 15-minute timer? And maybe it'll climb 15 degrees. What part of pig is that? That is the bone-in pork loin. So what they cut the pork loin chops from, it's just the complete roast. Take this off. It's closer to the rib side. Also check out, so the first link there will give you a little bit more info on that cut of pork as well, okay? We went over that at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is just take our paring knife, something like pretty thin and sharp, just go in the center, kohlrabi, still crunchy. So we know that it has to cook more. So put the lid back on. I can tell just by judging how the sides look though, that it is starting to cook. It just hasn't cooked to the center yet. Back into the oven. So we'll just roll with the timer on the pork. And then once the pork is out, we can bump up the heat in the oven, and then the casserole should cook a lot quicker. La Abuela Twitchera, thanks for the follow. You had to Google it. Pretty sure you don't get that with bones in Germany unless you ask a butcher. Yeah, you'd probably have to ask the butcher then. And do you really call kohlrabi by its German name? We do. Yeah, I don't know kohlrabi by any other name. Okay guys, everything's like checked off the list here. Just gonna get my big pot out of here that I didn't wash. I didn't think I would need, but I do. for the Swiss chard. So we'll have two things cooking on the stove top at one time. And then the gratin should be done, right? Shouldn't have to babysit that one anymore. Wash it up. Thank gosh we got this sink, guys. It's legit. All cleaned up, ready to go. Oh, nice, Jelly Filled. It has been great having you in here. Gotta go to work, cook, and throw stuff in fryers. Have fun. That's good that you're able to work right now, too. All I'm gonna say is stay safe out there. Hey, Cabri, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a bit. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's gonna turn out great. And actually, I'm gonna pop this bacon into our little lentil pot back here. And by the lentil pot, I mean the chard pot. I was just testing you guys there. Just testing you. Yeah, the real magic cookie. And we can also put a little bit of olive oil into our lentil pot, and that way we can fry up the shallot and carrot together. Just enough to coat the bottom. And then let's grab our couple of cups of stock from here. A couple of cups of stock. This is what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna set up a little pot with a strainer so that we can strain out any stuff we don't want to go into the lentils. We'll just use a ladle to grab a bit out. How's Ryan Getzlaff? I have no idea. You just notice the sous vide. It's actually not going. It's just like on right now. We're not cooking anything in there today. What did we do though? The last thing in here. We did the strip loins. We did cannabis infused coconut oil. Yeah. Yeah, steaks, but we did the steaks on stream. The coconut oil we did not do on stream. Okay, let's see how like fatty this actually is. Oh, that's some nice color. This is gonna add so much flavor for our lentils. I'm pretty sure that entire ladle just now was all fat. I spill some stuff. Oh man. Yeah, there's more fat than liquid in there currently. Check this out, guys. So this is a broth made from the brisket trim. Look at this. You can't even like see through to the stock. So now I'll show you how to skim it. Come back over with the ladle. Oh!
Yeah.
Wait a tick.
Yeah, you got something new for that.
Will it work though? Okay, so we need enough liquid to like really fill this thing.
Yeah.
So remember when we went on our IRL shopping trip for my birthday in March and got a few things from Cook Culture, one of the food stores here. So this is like the OXO fat separator. Looks like beef consomme. Does it work? So this would be where we use this, right? Yeah, Scooter Beach even knows everything that I have in my kitchen. Just actually gonna like wipe this. It's a touch of dust there. Okay, so I'll just keep filling up this little guy. We're playing around because we have a little time while the pork finishes. I'm gonna be interested to see the ratio here that we end up with of fat to stock. Kate, is that beef broth on the stove? No, it's just a cauldron of fat really bubbling away. I think I just actually took most of the fat off in those first few ladles is what happened. Yeah, we're making a witch's brew. No, we're separating the beef fat from the stock so we can use some stock to cook our lentils in. And then for the tip of this thing, I have a little plug that it came with. This little guy. So this is supposed to go in the end here and push it back into the cup. Actually worked so well. What? Okay, so I just need a little bit more. Look at that layer though. Yeah, gadgets. It actually is working so well. So let's go back over. Oh, I did have a bit more stock. I love how the liquid just like soaks down through the fat. Yeah, this is a 50-50. This is the sick stuff that we got going on. Couple more ladlefuls. And then what? I'm just assuming that we ladle off the fat and then we're able to pour out the broth?
I think this is where you put it in the fridge.
Or do you put it in the fridge and then you lift off the top? Guys, help.
You're able to, yeah.
So watch how much you're pouring, right? Yeah, there's way more fat than what that little bit allows for. Get that back in there. There you go. So like half of it's already up top there. I think I'm gonna try and ladle the fat off. Because it's gonna take actually forever probably for it to cool off in the fridge. So look, now we just get pure rendered beef fat, the lard that we were talking about, right? That actually worked very, very well. I mean, I don't really know if this thing is needed, because even if you take this off, it's still gonna separate regardless, okay, guys? Because that's just not letting me get all of the fat. You can just pour out the fat, or you can just pour out the juices.
Yeah. Yeah.
When it has separated, remove the strainer and red stopper out, and when you pour it, leaves the fat in. What?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Yeah, these are things that we don't have in restaurants. You get a ladle and a pot. Okay, so you're saying if I pull this out, it's not gonna fly out? Ah! It is though. It's not. So there's a little bit of fat there. Obviously that's gonna pour out with it because it's in the spout, but the rest is gonna stay in the cup. Please don't drip all over my cutting board. That's all I can hope. This better be a good pour spout. Yes. Yes, look at that color.
That's so cool.
Legendary. It works. Woohoo! I love this, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really liking that for sure. Okay, pork, just relax for a sec, please. It's like, no. Fancy tools for the win. Yeah, now we just need some udon. Haven't even tasted it yet, actually. Just assuming that it's good. Okay, this should be the last time we're pulling the pork out, so it should be going to rest now, and we can finish up our last two side dishes. One last temp check right in the center. We're going for 140 Fahrenheit, okay guys? It's at 128. I'm gonna brown it, yeah. Sam says he thinks we're good, and I think so too. Because I'm gonna take a little bit of time, I think, to like baste it up in the pan and stuff once our sides are done.
Plus resting?
Plus resting, we'll probably bring this up around 7 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, it should bring it up to 140, and then we'll bring it to a medium well. And then obviously the center is always done less than the outside pieces. So to preserve our outside pieces, cook it just a little bit less, right? I should put out a book. It is definitely something I want to do. I just don't want to rush it. I think I just need a little bit more time to really gather like all of my recipes and stuff and figure out how I want to do it. Yeah, pork is so forgiving on temps, it's true. Okay, so we can set that aside for now. And we can pop that oven up to finish off our kohlrabi gratin. And then we're gonna go over to the stovetop. So I'm turning on both of these burners to just past medium heat. Gonna pop this oven temp up to 350 Fahrenheit. But we're actually gonna check on the gratin first, because we really don't want to overcook it and have just like this mush in a cream sauce. We still need some texture. If there was a much, much larger version than that, commercial kitchens would for sure benefit from that fancy yet simple tool. Yeah, the fat separator, totally. Once again, just taking my paring knife, going right in the center, same way that we test our scallop potatoes. So it's still a bit crunchy in the middle, which is expected, but because it's been cooking on such a low heat. I'm gonna pop that back in. And really, our telltale sign with casseroles, they should be bubbling all over, right? In the center and everything. That's how we know it's cooked through. Get a couple of spoons out. Hey, Cookie! Thanks for the 1,000 biddies. Yeah, you guys are loving the lardons today. We've made 2,000 biddies just because of the bacon lardons. Thank you, bacon. Yeah, what a feast. Hi, I'm ready to poop. Feel like it's been forever. Just gonna spread our little lardons out. We'll cook more evenly that way. So we're gonna start by frying up our bacon lardons, rendering out some of that fat, and then we can put our greens in with a little bit of wine. Maybe we'll sneak a touch of the beef broth in too for some richness. And then we're just heating up our olive oil back here for starting to cook the shallot and carrot for the lentils. So I would say we're eating in about half an hour or so, guys. The pork is gonna be the last thing that we finish, so we can really focus on that, because that's the most expensive part of the meal. Gonna see if this will fit in here. It will. Yeah, that's one of my like favorite hilarious usernames on here too, is I'm ready to poop. Because if someone's just like listening to the stream and not watching, they're like, Kate's ready to poop? What? Ooh, bean and bacon soup and your kitchen is super messy? What happened? I think our olive oil is good. Start with the shallot first. Nice little sizzle. Perfect. Oh, that bacon smell already. And this is a dish that I came up with all of the components myself. And it's dishes like these where I really like push my creative boundaries and try and like, yeah, add in kind of different flavors and textures to try something new. So we're just gonna cook the shallot until it starts to turn golden brown. It shouldn't really take too long for that. Let's check out these bacon bits. See a little bit of fond building up on the bottom of the pot. That's flavor. Fond and fat equals flavor. Get that white wine. I'm also gonna taste this broth. That is actually really beefy, that broth. What's in this braised is what you're asking. I'm ready to poop. That's a beef bone broth. You're a one-man show right now, Greek? What's happening with your wife? Are we gonna deglaze this pan? Yeah, that's why I got the wine. You gots to. You miss Canada, Cabri? Aww. What are you missing? What about Canada? Children duty. Oh, word. That makes sense. Let's stir these shallots up. They're almost ready for the carrots. Spread them back out. Stir up this bacon. Gonna turn the pan down just a touch, so we'll go medium-low heat now that it's starting to render. We don't want to get that too dark. And then depending on the content of sugar that was in your bacon cure, it'll either brown really quick or not super quick. This one's like medium. It just deglazes itself, kind of. Have I ever had lillet? You cook up some mushrooms in butter, then deglaze with lillet, reduce. I do not know what that is. Sam, have you had lillet?
Never.
And actually, before the carrot, for our lentils, I'm gonna come in with the garlic. So mince our garlic in. Yeah, usually only deglaze with white or red wine and maybe sometimes beer. Maybe. Okay, give that a quick stir. You can see our shallots really browning up in the middle there. Let that garlic fry up just a touch. Come in with the carrots. Classed as an aromatized wine within the EU, a French wine-based aperitif. Interesting. 85% Bordeaux, 15% macerated liqueurs. Oh, which is mostly citrus. I can see that being so flavorful. It's handled as a Bordeaux wine during the aging process. Now that's fancy, I would say. Never had it. Honestly, don't even think I've ever seen it, and yeah, never even heard of it before this. So thanks for teaching me something new today, Cookie. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna let our carrots fry up for a little bit longer till they're starting to go translucent. Stir this bacon around. It's getting almost to the point where we can braise our greens super quick. Like maybe 30 seconds more here on the bacon. And both the lentils and the greens, this is something that if it's done like 10 or 15 minutes ahead of time of the pork, is it will hold and stay warm on the stovetop without suffering in flavor. All right, Swiss chard time. Fresh picked from the garden today. That beautiful stuff. Okay, ready? Be careful when we pour. Just want to also see how much bacon fat's in there. Actually, quite a bit of fat. I think that's good. It's not going to be too much, so just careful when we pour our wine into the hot fat because it might spit. And just enough to kind of coat the bottom of the pan there. Woohoo! So give that a stir. That was a good amount. And we can let that actually reduce just a touch before we put the greens in. So we're building up some steam here, deglazing the pot. We'll put the greens in, cover it. And then that should only take around 5 minutes. Carrots are almost there. And I'm gonna throw a bay leaf in with the carrots too to flavor the lentils. Yeah, super interesting, hey Greek? Like, I have never heard of that before. All right, there's about 1/4 inch of wine in the pot for the greens, so now start adding our handfuls. And then I always like to add a touch of salt and pepper before we put the lid on, so it can kind of season as it cooks. Remember, not too much salt because of the bacon. My pepper mill was hiding. Okay, and now we don't have to do anything else except lid it. Hard part's done. There you go. All right, that looks super tasty. Come in with a touch of wine in there too. Why not? Why not? Deglaze that little guy. And then we'll add our 1/2 cup of lentils that we picked through. I'm gonna add a touch of this broth. Not gonna go with the full 2 cups. Go about 1/2. And then we can always add more if we find that it's cooking out too quick. Now I'm getting a lid for that pot as well, so we can bring it up to a simmer. And we kind of cook lentils like rice. So we're cooking it semi-covered on a medium heat until all of the liquid has been cooked out. Blanc, rosé, and rouge. And maybe I'll add some salt to this guy as well as they cook. Boom, boom. And then it should almost be time to top our gratin with the cheese and the breadcrumbs. Yummo. I think this is gonna be very nice, like composed dish. This is restaurant kind of cooking to me, is every dish kind of has like a few components to it. And so stuff like this, if we were to make it in a restaurant, so those lentils would be pre-cooked already and like par cooked as well, so they're not fully cooked through, so that when you go to make up that dish, when someone orders it, you just have to add a little bit of broth to it and finish cooking the lentils and heat them through, right? But I would say for the most part, when I was cooking in restaurants, especially my last restaurant I was at with fine dining, almost every item on the dish had about 6 or 7 components to it. So really, really in-depth, a lot of different knife skills, but this is what has built me to be what I am today, right? You don't usually drink, but this is too exciting not to try. You're gonna order some Lillet. I think we have to see if we can find it here first. Also, hello, Strike Nun, how are you? Okay, check out these guys. They're already coming up. Back burner. Also, take a peek at our chard. Now we can give it a stir because, well, it's cooked down by about half. Still nice and green. There's a touch of liquid in there that we can let cook out. So I'm gonna leave the lid off. I like the bacon flavor. Oh, it's about $20 a bottle. Yeah, US. Oh no. That's more expensive than the wine I drink. Never mind cook with it. But probably is used much more sparingly, right? You're ordering some motorcycle parts. Cool. What kind of motorcycle do you ride? Do you ride a crotch rocket or like a touring one? You miss chard, Karmic? Can't have them as they conflict with one of your medications. Oh, wow. Yeah, vegetables conflicting with medication. That's kind of crazy. I just turned the burner up on our Swiss chard. There's actually quite a bit of liquid to cook out of there still. And I'm just gonna keep the lid on our lentils, I think. This chard has a touch of a bitter flavor to it. So I might just add like a little bit of honey or a touch of like acid. But when we add acid to greens, that's what turns it brown from green. So I don't love adding acid to stuff, especially our greens if we don't have to. And that does make sense that the chard is a touch bitter because it has been trying to go to seed, right? So it's been using its energy instead of making like really nice sweet greens, it's trying to reproduce. An adventure bike, cool. Off-road tour. Sam would know what it's called. I know what you're talking about though. It's like one of those like BMW ones where it kind of looks like a dirt bike. Those I think are like the most versatile as well. Gonna pop that lid off. It does smell good though. Crimson fucker. You haven't heard of the term crotch rocket in years? Yeah. Leave it to me. You can put knobby tires too. It's a street bike with knobbies. Oh, word. Maybe some lemon zest in the chard would cut some of the bitter. I'm gonna just add this touch of honey now. About a teaspoon worth. A little will go a long way. And this just shows how ingredients always are changing in flavor, especially vegetables, I would say. Gonna add more salt. Grab our lemon. touch of zest. Smells so good. Something like that. Tap that. Give it a stir. Just a lot of liquid in these greens. Holy smokes. Cooking down to nothing. And that's fine. I think the liquid will be good with the pork roast. Kind of like a bacony jus of sorts. I'm gonna turn this off. Have a little tasty taste here. Bit of bacon, bit of chard. Way better. Definitely still get the bacon on the forefront, but like the little hint of lemon zest in the back, so good. Okay, I'm gonna move this over so I can use the power burner to sear our pork in that pan. So medium-high heat there. Just gonna give these lentils a little stir and a check. They're smelling really good too. See how much longer they're gonna cook for. Say about 10 minutes more for sure. I'm gonna add a bit more broth as well. All right, so for our pork pan, as it's heating up, well, should we fry it in vegetable oil? Do we fry it in beef fat, or do we fry it in pork fat? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves.
Beef fat.
What? You're gonna take it to Nova Scotia? That's so cool. And then you'll come all the way over to the West Coast, right? So Sammy said beef fat for the pork. Okay. Just enough to coat the pan. We want it hot, but not too hot either. So we don't want to burn the outside. Just trying to add some caramelization there. Oh yeah, gratin is bubbling all the way through. I'm gonna take that out. Then we can dress it once we get the pork in the pan, I think. That looks tasty now. Almost smells like broccoli and cheese. Smells super good. All right, so this is having like little wisps of smoke, so we know it's nice and hot. Take our pork. If there's any parts of the pork that are a touch wet, dry it off before you put it in the pan, and then we'll get a really nice even sear. Mind you, with our dry cooking, it shouldn't release too much juices. That's why I prefer this over the sous vide for meats, because we get a better sear in the end. All right, so I'm gonna start fat cap side down, I think. Yum. Yeah, Alaska. It's 420. It's 220. But it is 420 somewhere. Torino. You got nothing. Yeah, you need another coffee, dude. Can you hear those sizzle sounds or what? I love how you can like see the kohlrabi kind of peeking through. So just before we top this and think that we're done, just check. Okay, it is nice and soft. Every part we're able to stick the knife through and it's nice and soft. So we know that we're not gonna have crunchy kohlrabi in our gratin. Same way that we don't want crunchy potatoes in our scalloped potatoes, right? So now, come in with our Asiago and cheddar blend and we're gonna top this. So first the cheese. I think that pork's calling me back there. What you need, pork? You need something? Yes, it does. Hello. So look at that coloring. That's beautiful. I would love to get it like a bit more on this end. I'm just gonna hold it down. And then we'll flip it onto another side. So we want to sear every single side. Even the ends. Beauty. So now I like to use the side of the pan to kind of prop it up to get this other side. So set that back there, propped up. That'll keep going. Yeah, really nice coloring, hey? That's why I like reverse sear, totally. Yeah, the pork just needs Vune to eat it. The sounds coming out from over there, though. Heaven. I'm honestly surprised no one started just an ASMR cooking stream yet. I'm shocked. Do I need to be that person? Is there gonna be a color for the 2-year knife? There is, but I only get a 2-year badge once I get partner. That's the sad part. Okay, come in with our homemade breadcrumbs. Spread that evenly around. I need to be that person, Suzanne. We're gonna do like a good layer of breadcrumb and cheese so we get good crunch. Hopefully, I think. Perfect. That's a Sam stream. Yeah. Yeah, Sam would be better at just cooking and not talking. That's Sammy. Yeah, no talking, just sounds of cooking, and you get to see what's happening. I think that'd be so satisfying. All right, so gratin just has to be put in the oven. Let's check this other side of pork. Oh my God, it looks good. Okay, so now working towards like the underside, right? I'm gonna turn it. Because, well, my stove is unbalanced and all the fat likes to go to the back of the pan. So prop that down now. How's these lentils? Like 70% of the way there. And super flavorful. Yum. You bet Sam makes a wicked grilled cheese? He does. I don't think I've ever had a grilled cheese from Sam at home, but I've had one at work before with him. He makes a good grilled cheese, it's true. I kind of want to brown this side a bit more. Maybe if I spoon some of the fat over. Yes. Yeah, mayo instead of butter on the bread. Okay, gonna try a little bit more base there now that the oil's heated back up. So the hot fat helps to brown it. Okay, that last side should be good. Now take this and we'll do it just on the bones. Ho ho ho! Try and get a bit more color. Do beluga lentils have another name? I don't believe so. Black lentils? They're not the French puy ones though. Keeping track of this act, yeah. Utensils and plate, yeah, ready when we are. We're almost there, friends. What, a touch more to try and brown up this last side, and then we'll take this out. Pan off. Pork out of pan. Gas is more fun, but I've actually been really enjoying this electric stove. How do I want to do this? So try and get this out of here without really disturbing the crust too much, right? We worked so hard on that. Turn it this way, it probably won't look as dark. There we go. Yeesh. I think we still need the other light on this side. Just I feel like this kind of side of the cutting board is still a bit shadowed, hey guys?
It is now using the counter.
Oh, word, because the camera is there. If I turn it this way though, it looks better. Hey Brandy. Good to see you. And Bonkman, hi. You got black lentils and you thought they were the same, but you figured you would consult the expert. Do they look the same, like really nice, round little black lentils? Okay, let's take this smoking pan off of the heat. Turning the broiler on for our gratin. Lentils are almost there, and then we'll mix in our fresh herbs. And we are ready almost for plate up, guys. It's gonna be tasty taste. And we definitely want a plate with a rim, because I think there's gonna be some juices. Do I want this? No, I think I want the flatter, wider one. I've just been loving this plate lately. So versatile. Yeah, keeping track of the act. First one in line. Yeah, just in time for food. You've never been able to find anything labeled beluga lentils. You knew they were black, so you just grabbed those. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything labeled. I just know that it's a black lentil. But typically the stuff from the mill is labeled. I think it was probably just labeled like on the shelf. Nuka Rose and Machosen. Any of our locals, you guys should go check them out. So good. Oh, we got some browning action. Tasty browning, cheese and crumbs. I know. Look at it. Look at it. Cookies drilling. It's so inexpensive, like $18 for this piece of pork, and it's gonna go so far. And it's even good like cold after, like eating it off the bone. I don't know if you guys have ever made like a pork chop sandwich before with leftover pork chops. Super good. Yeah, I'm not touching it. So we've rested it once already, Bonkman, after it came out of the oven when we were doing the reverse sear. So it cooked for about 2.5 hours. Just watch our broiler stuff. At 250 Fahrenheit. We rested it for about half an hour, and then we just seared it up again. We'll let it rest until we're ready to plate for sure. That way you can see there's not really much for juices coming out of it, which means it's all in there still. Picture time while it's whole. I would love that. Maybe Sam can come in and snap a couple photos. Sup, Taz? How's the weekend, dude? This looks epic. I've not made a roast like this on stream before. Don't think I have. Okay, molten hot cheese and crumbs. Can actually go a little bit longer. Checking back to our lentils. They are almost good. Just got back from foraging. Oh, you found 0 morels. No! Yeah, how dare the wild delicacies be so rare? All I can say is good luck, dude. And I'm gonna just assume that you know where to look for them, right? And all the burn areas is usually your go-to. Almost there. What? Oh no, a tick nest? Only 3 got him, but so many were on his leg. Ugh. No. Yeah, I've seen ticks before, like we had to pick some out of Posh. That just gave me the heebie-jeebies. Heebie-jeebies. Never seen a nest. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing either, Cookie. Do you want me to turn it, Sammy?
No.
From the other side, or that's perfect? Okay. So, I mean, I know the pork looks good, but how about this gratin? move this over. Or how about this new trivet? Oh. We're lining them up, guys. The end is nigh. I don't know what we're making today. Yeah, new Christmas trivet in May. Yeah, exactly, Stewie. A tick nest. So we'll let that cool off for a couple secs. Just checking on these lentils. Broiler can come off and we can start cooling off our house finally. Okay, so I'm just finishing reducing the liquid in the lentils. So those will be done by the time we're done plating.
I'm wondering if Brittany actually gave him the fried chicken last night or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Mint jelly with it? Maybe if it was lamb. We have some really nice, like in the braised Swiss chard, we got some good like bacony flavored liquid, which I thought would be so good with the pork. And also the lentils are a touch juicy too. Okay, for safety reasons, I'm just gonna remove this for now. I'm hoping that I can just like put a spoon in this and scoop it right out. We shouldn't really have to cut it. And then we don't want a slotted spoon because we want to keep all that tasty bechamel that we made. Slide that over. This is what we're starting with. And I think we should definitely just go with this perfectly browned up little corner. Yeah, we could easily just like cut our little portion from that through the kohlrabi. And then we don't really want to disturb the topping too much. I'm gonna go boom. And then just let it kind of fall naturally. I'm happy with that.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Holy, it smells so bad in here.
So bad in here.
So bad.
We got a stream sniper, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Right on time.
Some are good.
That's some nice oysters.
I would think so.
Mushies?
I can't even believe how set we are for the next time they sprout up or next season when they grow. Found the mother load. Hundreds.
The mother load, yes. Holy. Zach found the mother load of oyster mushrooms.
Yeah, these are.
Oyster mushroom versus my face, though. What? What are you growing up there?
Oh, like easily a couple hundred right now, bigger than that I just can't reach. Like guaranteed, bigger than that.
What?
I just can't reach them. I might try and go back tomorrow with a ladder maybe.
Ladder or just get a pole and put a knife at the end of it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and have-
An extend a knife. Just don't drop it.
Hey, go. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, get taller. That's awesome, guys. Okay, let's keep plating up.
Oh, that's so smart. I wonder if I use a ladder and a stick and a knife.
Little bit of bacon braised greens. This will be better.
Piece of pork.
There we go.
We get exact
Okay.
slice of pork.
Yep.
Or, I guess we can do a full little plate. Yeah.
Oh, there's more than enough for sure. That deserves a plate of food, I would say.
Try that lasagna yet?
No, I literally haven't been home. I was like out all day and then came back to cut that octopus at like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And then went, I left the house this morning at
Is there a
4.
piece of fried chicken there for you?
I mean, look, literally went home, closed my eyes,
Pretty
that's
sure your
it.
sister ate a piece of fried chicken.
Maybe.
It was her birthday, it's fine.
You know what
Yeah.
it is.
I literally left at 4 o'clock this morning, went out on the boat, halibut fishing. Wind picked up, drove all the way down past Jordan River, right to Somber, just drive all the way back, just to go to work. And I was like, you know what? I'm
Check out those babies. So there's a touch of liquid, but that's like the beefy stuff. Also would be so good with the pork. So to finish this off, it's got like a really nice sweetness. Just our herbs.
Need water or something? Or?
I'll be okay for that. I get home.
Mix that in. That way they stay nice, fresh, and green. Yeah, the juices that you cook the lentils in, it should always be really flavorful. So I'm gonna put these just by the Swiss chard, and then we can kind of lay the pork up on the gratin.
Oh, these crazy little beetles. Must be trying to escape.
We got beetles? Okay, so that's our little plate up so far. And now we finally get to cut.
They're probably like fucking.
Also, it looks like we got some good porky juices kind of running. So we might be able to just dump some of that on the plate. You love this plate? Nice, yeah, give him the scimitar.
There's gotta be 300 that I probably buy.
Okay, friends.
That's the honey.
I'm gonna turn this.
So we're
Yeah, tasty, tasty juices.
Yeah.
Obviously the center is gonna be less
5 and 6.
done. I'm gonna start on the side here, and then it's always actually a good idea just to see how the bones run, because they are a little bit at an angle. So just keep that in mind when you slice. So it does actually help to just hold the roast up like this. We don't disturb the crust at all.
All that. There's 300 I missed by a couple days.
And we want nice, long slices.
There's gotta be like 300.
You know, if restaurants are actually open, you can sell those for $20.
What? 20 a pound? That's insane.
The juices are just dripping, guys. It actually does. Where's his little thing? Okay, that was for Zach.
I could probably sit here and watch this all day long. Yeah, not real.
Let's get one more good slice. And remember, the end piece is always a little bit more well done, right? So good. Pop that on the gratin. Actually, like that side better. Slice Sammy's piece off. So nice. I'm just gonna put that back in the pan because I want to steal some of those juices underneath.
Yeah, that's what we normally do with it, or this is
So good. We like had definitely some other plans, and I didn't even tell Jesse I seen it, I don't think. And Brady brought it up and she texted me to change plans. I was like, oh, fuck yeah.
You should let me know how that lasagna turned out, because, like, I really want to know
Yeah, what's the deal with that thing? What did you even put in it?
what the recipe told me to do.
It actually gave you a recipe online?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So it's nutter butter cookies at the bottom with a layer of.
Do we need anything else, guys? I don't think so.
So, like, I did crunchy peanut butter.
Huh.
And then it's
Clean up my rim, and then it's photo time, and we can finally taste it. Dig in, yeah, exactly. That's the last thing we need to do.
And then another layer of nut butter cookies, and another layer of peanut butter, another layer of vanilla, another layer of whipped cream, another
That's like a very home style looking dish, hey guys?
Reese's.
I'm smashing
Like,
it.
dude, let me know how it is.
Smashing it.
So the cookies after a day should soak in and be like a layer of solid substance as they expand. So it should just.
Did we get it? Oh, we got it.
That'd be so nice.
So that's how I would present it to you guys.
Literally, like, before the dollars got really bad and like, we kind of like stopped like to go to the States every year just to stock up on Nutter Butter, Tim's, and like some other snacks. But Nutter Butter
Yo.
is big, or like.
Needs a good crusty sourdough. Yeah. Yeah, some bread would be so good with this.
Okay.
Okay.
Done deal. Oh man. I love those things.
Mmm.
14 bucks for Lola.
The lentils are like so beefy.
Easy.
Or I keep,
And they have a good like little texture to them. So they still got a little bit of bite.
I can find them again, but yeah, take those.
Let's cut through this buttery pork. Like, look how easy that was.
Ooh, lasagna.
So I'll try the lasagna. I can always buy more things. They're that safe.
What if they fucking never come to Canada again?
Up
Yeah, 100%. Oh man. I'll try that. What are you gonna do with the mushroom?
Just melts in your mouth. That's craziness.
Oh, we can do what we always did with the lobsters.
A chutney? You know what I do have?
Yeah, because we never.
What about a
never
basil
did this
jelly?
together last year, this time.
What about a basil jelly? This is actually from Zach's grandma. She gave this to Sam and I in the summertime. She made a bunch of jelly from her basil. Yeah, but on the side, like just right over here. So like a savory jelly. I think that would actually be so delicious with all this. And that's the thing, is we don't know until we try. Let's see the texture. I love how it just steams as we put it in the plate. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little piece of that, and now let's try that with this other piece of pork. What? Even better. The little like sweet and sour thing happening with the jelly is so good with the pork fat. Yum. Just like a hint of basil. I don't have a recipe on the lentils. So all I did was saute up some shallot and carrot. Deglazed it with a little bit of white wine. And then cooked the lentils with a bay leaf and some beef broth for what, like 20 minutes? Okay, I need to get into this gratin because I'm really intrigued by it. And judging by the looks of it, it didn't end up watery at all, right? It's not falling apart either, so it's not just mush mush. That's like giving me like Campbell's mushroom soup casserole vibes right now. I think I almost like that better than scalloped potatoes. I did not pre-soak the lentils, but that's always a good thing to do, I would say. Okay, so this stuff is like creamy. There's a very, very light kind of like broccoli flavor from the kohlrabi. Get a little bit of the nutmeg, a little bit of the thyme and the sage that we put in there. Yeah, this is all kind of an experience, and I love dishes like this. So like every component is so different, but they all go really nice together. Okay, how about some of this bacon braised chard? With the lemon zest. I feel like the lemon brings out more of the smoke flavor. This is like your home here. Is like the pork and the gratin. It's like I just keep switching like back and forth. It's like have a bite of lentil, have some gratin. Have a bite of chard, have some pork. I always find that I'm just like dabbling in between those two. It's okay, Bonkman. Sam's posted way worse links, so yeah, don't feel bad. He's not inside right now, so I can still say that. Chunky cinnamon applesauce. Yes, yeah. Pork, apples, cinnamon, sage, thyme. Like all those flavors go so well together. Cookie, you just ate. You're hungry again. Dang, damn it. Yeah, of course this was gonna happen. Actually, do I have a sneeze coming on? No, I think I'm good. I'm gonna have one more bite of this. I think we actually could have cooked the pork just a touch less still. That's for my liking. You can kind of tell, so how I can usually tell with the pork, and move this over so I don't drip, is you can see like the structure, so the lines in it. That's kind of my telltale, whether it's pork, beef, or chicken, that if you can see that, you just overcooked it just a touch. I mean, you obviously saw when we cut it, there was still juices coming out of it. But usually when we see those streaks, that means we could have been a bit less. Really good garlic flavor on the pork too. I didn't put any notes on that one, but that crust that we made is so good.
Let's eat.
It's really yummy, Sammy. I am into it. So we have some mushrooms to process then.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
This is my piece.
Puts the entire rest of the rack on his plate. Excuse me? What are you doing? The Clip Star Nike. Okay, we'll let Sammy have his taste. Are you having any lentils or you're nah?
I haven't got there yet.
I just didn't want you to forget.
Holy.
He's gonna Neanderthal it. Yeah, he is. You know that.
Oh, that's beefy.
It's beefy, yeah, it's good. Yeah, Sam needs mustard, right?
No.
This gratin, guys. For all my Germans, this should be your new way to make kohlrabi, because I doubt that you've made it like this before. It's seriously delicious. There's a lot of flavors on that plate, and I'm excited for him to try them all. He's not joking. Thank you so much, Cookie. 1,000 biddies. I am very happy with this. Yeah, I'm really, really happy with how I transferred stuff from my imagination to the plate. Because this is really what I did with this menu. So I started by wanting to cook the pork roast. Yeah, effing good, like seasoning's perfect. And then I was like, whoa, what's gonna be good with pork? At first I wanted to do like a cornmeal and honey bun. I was like, I don't think that'll be good. So having a couple different like piles of different things to pick from that all complement each other. And you can kind of like dip your pork into the different sauces. Really good. That's how I would serve a pork roast like this. In the summertime, so my mom would cook up a roast like this and put some peaches in with it. Oh, so good. Are you happy, Sammy? Yes.
That's really good.
Everything is good together, right? Oh, also, so I put some basil jelly. Try some of that with the pork. It's seriously delicious. That's from Zach's grandma. Yeah. Is this the most, or sorry, is this the longest it's ever taken Sammy Man to eat a meal on stream? Also, can you tell it's gotten hot in here? Fruit goes so well with pork chops, but I would say like for the most part, either apples or stone fruits, right? But then again, like I've had blueberries or currants with pork. Yeah, it probably is. Hey, Cookie. When the meal makes you think as you eat it. Go for that.
What else did you put into the Swiss chard?
What else did I put in the Swiss chard? We fried up bacon. We deglazed it with wine. And that's it. Oh, a touch of honey, because the Swiss chard was a bit bitter because it went to seed. That's literally it. Yeah, right, Bonkman? That's why we're just soaking this all in right now. This is like the most reactions we've ever seen him make while eating. Okay, I am searching online. We feeling a sushi raid? Mapo tofu? Go make some Asian foods? Or...
The lentils are unreal. Like that beef stock,
yeah.
that's good.
But it also has to do with the carrots adding this sweetness. Mmm. He's gesturing at least. It's true, yeah. There's nods. If there was this, I mean, that would not be good, right? All right. On the menu tomorrow for stream, we're making salmon cakes. Woohoo! And that's the last of the salmon out of the freezer, which means we better get fishing soon. Come on, COVID.
Zach's planning a charter.
Yes. Okay, so salmon cakes. Again, we're gonna be going out into the garden, picking some of those really fresh greens. So that will be our first pick from that bed. So excited. We'll make a really beautiful salad to go along with our salmon cakes. Wasabi aioli with the salmon cakes. So there's like panko, dill and stuff in there. What happened?
Wow, that was some salt
Where?
in the crustaceous.
Oh, okay.
Woo!
Holy. Running Fox, thanks for the follow. Okay, so tasty salmon cakes, wasabi aioli, pickled onion, garden greens, and then we're doing some baking tomorrow. We're doing a different rendition on a cookies and cream cake. So for all you like Oreo lovers and cookies and cream lovers, hi, that's me. I'll be there tomorrow. Pop into stream because I think Sammy's baking it with us.
What? I'm doing it?
You said you wanted to make it. I'll help you. I'll whip the cream.
Oh.
Did you say cake? A cookies and cream cake? Yes. All right. My wonderful people, thank you for the great stream today. I hope we inspired you to make some tasty, tasty food for yourself, whether it's pork or vegetable side dishes. Drew Power. Jumping over. Thanks for the follow. I can't read today. That was bad. Okay, guys, thanks for the biddies as well. So appreciate it. And all the new followers, welcome, welcome. So we'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Let's do a sushi day raid. Yeah, we did get rid of the ghost. Wait, maybe we spoke too soon. Ready to go spread some love to Allison and Son. Okay.